Howdy, howdy. So the chat thing on my OBS is not working. Give me a second. Let me do a thing. So that I can see you guys while I work. Yes. First like planned YouTube stream in forever. There's Shirt Dude. Who else is here? Gave the Gen Series says Anime Guy. Fliglin says, never caught you before. Have so many freaking MGs need to build on my background stack. Only ever built a high grade. Wow. Well, this will be interesting then, if nothing else. But, good to see everyone. Hopefully we get more people as they, come on in. Hey there, Firelord. Good to see you too. But yeah, I have not done a, why is my webcam audio coming through? That's stupid. Sorry about that. Probably blew somebody's ear out with that. Probably wondering what, or, you know, it's like, you're probably not wondering. I'm going to just explain it. I have not streamed on YouTube, done a planned stream, since, Susan was, the head of YouTube. So it's been a while. And now I'm at a point where I'm kind of wanting to condense most of my focus to just this platform. The mic audio is loud because I'm like away from it. Let me move over to my spot. Now you can probably hear me a lot better. The whatchamacallit. The main thing for me was, or what has made me happy is, like, it seems like the new guy who's the head of YouTube, like, wants to make money. And I'm like, awesome, me too. So he doesn't do a lot of the dumb stuff that Susan did back in the day. So, sounds better, isn't this crackly? Yeah, I was about to say, it was just because I was away from the microphone. But, also, I need to move my cell phone as far away from my microphone as possible, because that helps a lot too. I've actually had it where I've been recording audio for one of the future videos. Sure Dude's actually working on one of them now, because he was just messaging me about it. We were, or blah, 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 brain not working. I don't want to give too much away because I don't want to spoil what's going on, but long story short, we're you know what? I completely lost my train of thought. Fuck it, we're not going to worry about it. So, let's go ahead and get started with what we're doing. What we're doing today is we're building a robot. We're specifically painting one. But I want to call it Let's Build a Robot because that sounds better. What did Susan do to make people flee to Twitch other than hate gun content? It kind of seemed like if you did anything that was controversial to her specifically, then you would get your video demonetized. And the problem is that YouTube was very uncommunicative about what it was specifically that was causing them to want to demonetize these videos. Now, since Susan has been gone, and this has been night and day for me, is Susan is at a point, or not Susan. We're getting double audio again. Sorry. Here, let me do a thing. Okay, let me say that again. Yeah, the webcam mic was on. Okay, so what's the difference between when Susan was the head of YouTube and the guy now? The big difference is that the tools for monetizing your platform, your channel and such on YouTube are much better than they used to be. If you get demonetized for something, you will find out why you got demonetized for it. You might not agree with the reason, which I sure as shit didn't for the Gundam video that I did, the part 4 and of course the full shebang. But I did find out why, and there was a specific word that they consider hateful. I don't. I imagine most Australians or British or Irish wouldn't consider it hateful either, but they do, and they demonetize videos if you use it. But I wouldn't have known that beforehand. They would have basically just said, look, we're not telling you. You're demonetized, there's no argument, there's no discussion, you don't get any information, screw you. That attitude has changed because they want, and this is the impression that I got from YouTube's customer service when I talked to them, or not customer service, but their, what I got from YouTube's creator support was they flat out said what it was, and they gave me a timestamp of exactly what it was, so I could find out, oh, okay, now I know not to say this again. And I understand that's probably going to sound like I'm censoring myself, which to a degree it is. But at the same time, to quote Mr. Krabs, money! So, and in reality, this is the truth of broadcasting in general, is you will, at one point or another, change the way you say things to get advertising revenue. It's just an inevitability. And anybody who says the opposite is full of themselves. Or they just don't like money. But anyway, this is what we're doing. Right here. This is the Master Grade Gym 2.0. I'll just get the thing out. And I do not have a normal gym. I have the Gym Sniper. I have a Jesta. I have a Jagan. I have the RX-79, or the RGM-79G. I don't have just the straight up gym built. So, YouTube is Australia's second biggest hater after Gear and Zombie. Why did I keep this? This is like some spare parts, I think. Yeah. Oh! There's an ever important part. You guys want a really easy Gunpla tip? One that is like paramount for anybody who wants to build Gunpla? I'm gonna show you a tip that's gonna help you in the long run if you decide to want to put things on stands. You see this part right here? With my big ass finger pointing at it? There we go. Thank you, camera. This part right here, this is specifically for Bandai's stands. And if you have a mobile suit that is of similar size to this one, you don't necessarily need to have a stand for it. But let's say you want to have the Gundam 2.0 on a stand. This right here, this will actually fit it. And it'll fit it perfectly. And it'll fit other size Gundams very, very easily. So hold on to these. Even if you're not going to use them, you may have a kit one day that will use it, and then you lost the other one or something along those lines. These are good to keep spares of, especially if you want to have your Gunpla on stands. But I don't need that right now, so we're going to move that out of the way. But what I've done, so that, Action Base 4, I have a bunch of them in the other room. What I have done, this is what I do whenever I stream Gunpla. I haven't done this in a while, but I still remembered it. Is I bag up all the parts. So we have weapons, legs, waist, arms, torso, and head. Hey, Serena, what's up? So, this is going to make painting and assembly that much easier. Oh, another thing to save whenever it comes to Gunpla, especially Master Grades, is this runner. Anything that is left over on this runner can be a lifesaver if you miss pieces. These are like the polycaps and stuff. This is the PC runner. Save these, because sometimes you will lose one on a different kit, and other kits will use very similar, if not the same ones. So, what we're going to do is I'm actually going to turn on my fan to get a little airflow in here. But, we're going to go piece by piece and paint this thing, starting from the head and moving our way down. And the paints we are going to be using today are easy ones that I don't have to thin. These are from Splash Paints, and I like them quite a bit. Hey, Super Chat. Anime Guy says, no, I asked about what mobile suits our armed forces would use, but given Zeon's MS as being like the BF-109, what Zeon MS would the Axis or US enemies use? The way I always have looked at it is that Zeon largely takes inspiration from German engineering, because there's a lot of elements of, and this is purposeful by Tomino, of there being parallels between Zeon and the Germans. He meant that 100%. So that is, generally speaking, kind of like how I look at it. Is that's how they would use it, or how it would go is Germans would be using it. So any of our US of the Axis would be using Zeon weaponry. But yeah, what we've got here, UNT gray for the grays. Can't see that well because of the lighting, but it's there. Pure white, red, and yellow. We are going to paint this. So here's the thing about the gym. They kind of went a little overboard with the anime accuracy. I'm going to show you guys something. Here's the front faceplate. Notice how it's teal. Now, in most other things, a gym is white. That is what we're going to paint it as. Unless it's a ground type, in which case it's tan. But I don't have a teal paint, and I don't feel like paint mixing today. So we're just going to paint it white. Zeon are like the Germans, but have the motivations of the Cubans. No, they have the motivations of the Germans, too. The only thing, instead of creating concentration camps, Giran just dropped colonies. I'm going to repeat myself from the deep dive. Giran Zabi is Hitler. He is meant to be a Adolf Hitler analog. 100%. There's a reason that his father compares him to Hitler and asks him if he's ever heard about Hitler. And then he calls himself a student of Hitler. It's because he's Hitler. Giran Zabi is Hitler. Oh, didn't mean to bump the microphone there. Sorry about that. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and put these up on the sticks. Move this up so you guys can see what I'm doing. But yeah, like it is a 1-to-1 parallel. He is meant to be Hitler. Now, granted, not all of the Zabi family agrees in his philosophy. Because Giran was the military leader because he was the oldest. Dozel did not share his philosophy. And the big difference in origin to the normal universal century is Dozel is aware of what happens in Operation British in Origin, and he's not very happy about it. He's actually pretty depressed after it happens. Like, he can't believe that he was involved in such an operation. Because that blood's just as much on his hands as it is on his brother. You a drug user like Adolf? I don't think that... Sure, dude, I don't think anything like that ever got expanded upon, did it? Like, we don't really get to know Gihren that well. He's more of just like a figurehead. He's just there to be a douche. Man, that's basically it. Ilmarine says, thank you for rekindling my love of old school Gundam. I am very happy to do so, man. I love the original Gundam series. It is one of the most fun, enjoyable television shows in history, in my opinion. Not just anime, just television shows. It's phenomenal. I really feel like there's just so many things that Tomino did. He was just very ahead of his time. Well, there you go. You have my editor here with me. So no, Gihren was not a junkie. Let's see here. You think Gundam G-Reco is popular enough to warrant a video on? I plan on doing a video on every single Gundam series. Every single one of them. Whether or not they get a deep dive, a Gundam Explained video, that's a whole different discussion. I have not watched G-Reco. The only knowledge I have of G-Reco is actually from Super Robot Wars X. That's the only thing I know about it. And there's not really much else to say aside from that. Oh, the other paints that I'm using, I forgot to mention. For the inner frame, we're going to use focus. The lights are so goddamn bright in here. This is Super Iron 2 from Mr. Hobby. This is normally what I use for inner frames that I want to be metallic looking but not super how do I put this? I don't want it to stick out too much to distract away from the main colors. So this is a good pick for that. This and Super Stainless are really good if you want an inner frame color that's not stupid shiny. But I use these paints for all of my metallics. Well, for the most part. But yeah, every major Gundam anime we plan on doing. But not the Build Diver stuff, and not, at least as of right now, not the Build Diver stuff or the SD Gundam shows. Because SD Gundam stuff is usually just a parody or its own thing. Though I might do... Sure, dude, what was the SD Gundam with Zapper Zaku? I might do that one. That one is tempting. Because Zapper Zaku was fucking hilarious. Your attacks are as refined as your verbal abuse. Verbal abuse isn't supposed to be refined! SD Gundam Force, I think that's it. Zapper Zaku was hilarious. It was Zapper Zaku, Grappler Goof, and I don't remember what the Dom's name was. But yeah, that was a fun little show. Because I remember, Toonami ran it when they didn't have a Gundam show to run after they had ran Wing. It was in between their runs of Wing and G. I remember that because Wing ran during my freshman year of high school. Ran from the midpoint of my 8th grade year of high school, or my 8th grade year, to like the midpoint of my freshman year of high school, and then they did SD Gundam after that, and then they did G my sophomore year of high school. I think it was sophomore junior year. It was around there. All I know is I was living. It would have had to have been around. It had to be running during my junior year of high school. G Gundam did, because I was living with my dad and stepmom at the time. So.
Okay, mask up. Now, when the fan goes on here, there will be a bright light, just so you know. So I will play some music so that it's not as destroying of your ears. So bear with me for just a second while I get... Somebody asked about Zambot, so here you go. Now, is that too, do I need to turn the music down or my microphone up? Let me know, please. Good? Alright, we will leave that as is. So this way, the mic would need to come up. Okay. Then when the fan is not on, I will turn the music down a little bit. But let's get started. We need to do gray primer on the inner frames of the head, and then white primer for the gem's head itself. So let's go ahead and get cracking. And I will answer questions as I go along. So we have our primers. You'll be able to see them a lot better. Gray primer for the metallic stuff for the inner frame. White primer for everything else, because I want these colors to pop. And this is the best way to do it. If you want your colors, especially if you're doing, if you're doing anything and you want bright pop colors, stuff that just kind of pops out like right in your eyes, this is what you want to use, is white primer 1500. It is amazing for that. If you want metallics, I'm of the opinion that this is the best, unless you want to dull the color, in which case then you use a black primer. But I stick with 1500. Though 1200 is not bad either. So, let me get all this stuff out of the way. Let me move my camera so you guys can see what I'm doing a little bit better. So, I tend to eyeball this. And yeah, Crossbone Gundam is not in any anime. Hey, Guilty Axel. Except, well, actually that's not true. It showed up in a Build Divers series. The Crossbone X1 Folkloth did. And it was the only reason I watched an episode of that show, completely out of context. But they nailed exactly how fucking threatening the Crossbone X1 Folkloth is. It is a scary mobile suit. It is armed to the teeth, and most of its weaponry is completely concealed. You do not know what it's carrying. Excuse me. Alright. Mix, mix, mix. That way you can kind of see what I'm doing. We're good to go. So that's mixed up. Now we need to kick on air compressor. And I forgot to clean it. I am a fucking idiot. So I'm going to take a little bit of my airbrush cleaner. Let that sit for a second. Oh, I'm such a dummy. Alright, hold on a second. I'm gonna turn that off for a minute. Okay.
Turn the music down a little. Yeah, one of the Build Divers shows had the Crossbone X1 full cloth. That is the only one, the only Crossbone that has been animated so far. They have shown up in video games, quite a few of them actually, but never in animation. A lot of people are assuming that what's going to happen with this Gundam 100 Next program is that they're going to do Crossbone after Hathaway. That is the assumption. Is that actually going to happen? They've never confirmed it. But the funny thing about it is Crossbone is so popular that Bandai has actually done polls online asking people what they wanted to see next animated. And one of them, like, the options were more Gundam Seed, a new Gundam series, or Gundam Crossbone. Crossbone won, hands down, and they just ignored that the poll existed. I always found that funny, because it's like, dude, people are not clamoring for more Seed. Except, like, maybe Japanese girls. Or people who found out about anime around the time of, like, Naruto and shit. You know? It's not spraying out. I gotta make some adjustments. They should redo the entire late UC content. That's a lot to redo, though. Well, actually, no. It's... the bulk of it is Victory. That's the tricky part, is you'd have to redo Victory. Which is like 47, 48 episodes, I think. You have to run thinner through this. That's the big thing. You'd have to redo that, and you'd have to remake F91. Granted, I wouldn't mind seeing F91 get a full series. Because that was Tomino's original plan, was it to be like a mini-series, if I remember right. We're getting somewhere. They do the same with master grade polls. That is very true. I think that the one thing that Bandai doesn't want to admit is that there is a very high demand for master grade kits. There we go. Now we're good. I think that they have a plan that they wanted, that they're wanting to stick to, which I can respect, but at the same time, there's a lot of people that want more master grade stuff. And I think that you can only ignore that for so long before it comes to the point where you're kind of just leaving money on the table. And I'm originally a Chicagoan. We have, you know, one of our sayings is, do not leave money on the table. Always a mistake. One of the worst things you can do to yourself is leave yourself saying, what if? And it'll fucking nag you until you're in your deathbed. Never do that to yourself.
Do I think F91 and cross-dimension 0079 stories could get a non-gun game adaptation? I have no clue. No clue. I don't know what Bandai's plans for Gundam games are. It kind of feels like their plans for Gundam games is just mobile shit and Gundam Breaker. And nothing against that, but I'm personally not that interested in Gundam Breaker. I want to play actual Gundam stories. There we go. Can you guys see this alright? Should be able to. So we don't need to overdo this too much. I'm essentially just putting enough on it so that the whole thing is coated, and I know that the paint will stick to it. Does not have to be complex. There we go. Okay. So that's it for the head, the inner frame.
Yeah. Hopefully that fan's not too loud. I don't know anything about the most recent. I own Gundam Breaker 3. I have it on disc. I want to say Black Comet actually gave me money to buy that. Like years ago. But I have Gundam Breaker 3. I played through it. It's alright. I played through New Gundam Breaker and it was okay. Just short. But that's sort of my opinions of all the Gundam Breaker stuff. It's okay. You know? But it's making money, so they're going to continue to do it, you know. Gundam Breaker 4, I saw the like, they're doing another strike for it, like a custom version of the strike, and it looks like dog shit. It has like one of the worst paint jobs I've ever seen. Granted, it's the strike, so it's not going to look that great anyway. And I know that makes me a hater, but, I am of the opinion it is normal to hate things that are bad. Just saying. You have the Master Grade Start Jagan in your stash. I envy you. I'm gonna try to get my hands on one this month. Because apparently they're printing more of them. And I will probably custom paint it like I did my normal one. And I'll show you guys my Jagan here in a second. I want to just clean this off real quick. Because behind me, I have the beginnings of my hangar set up. And one of my favorites that I've done, grunt suits, is right here. This is my Master Grade Jagan Yu Kajima Custom. Now, why Yu Kajima, you might ask? Well, dear viewer, I will tell you. Because Yu Kajima, later in his military career, joined Londo Bell. And he actually had a custom Jagan. The problem is that his custom Jagan, all it really had was this part, this center part, colored blue, and everything else was that, like, ugly puke fucking green. Right? So I said, fuck you, I'm gonna paint this like the Blue Destiny Unit 2, but and with a navy blue like in the video game. So, navy blues, whites, and then of course a black. I gave it a black and blue shield instead of a white and blue because I thought it was a little cooler looking. And then of course I used decals from G Rework instead of your typical ones. But he still has the raw Kylum symbol here, the Earth Federation Space Forces bit here, same down here. Unfortunately, these did not come with a Londo Bell logo, so instead I just put the Federation logo on his shield. If they had come with a Londo Bell logo, I would have put that on there. But yep, this was all done with splash paints as well. This, I'm quite fond of it. So one of my favorite grunt suits I've ever done is the Jig, and I want to do more customs of this. It's not the only grunt suit I have behind me either. I also have my Jesta. It's one of my favorite mobile suits I've ever built. Also done with splash paints. Believe it or not, the stickers on this, or these are stickers. That's not a decal, but you couldn't really tell by looking at it. But you have Londo Bell symbol right here with EFSF, Anaheim Electronics, and then the raw Kylum marker right down here on the hip armor. So, I love the Jesta. Another Kotoki design. Kotoki is probably my favorite mecha designer. I know that's heresy to some people, but I really like his designs. And then another one. My Riesel. This one... Get a good angle on him. This one I call Red Death. For obvious reasons. It is loosely based on a type of Jagan that actually has a white and red traditional gym color palette. So I said, why don't I do that with the Riesel? Give it silver pipings, and then you can't really tell that well, but the whites on this, when they hit different light sources, they turn gold. You can kind of see them, not as well as I would like. Doesn't really show up that well on camera. So I really like the unicorn mobile suit design. Do you guys want to see my piece de resistance, though? I'm going to need the light for this one. Because some of you might be wondering, Micah, why is that soon picture? When you boot this up, why is it a Sinanju? Well, this is why. The Sinanju sign, Curtis Custom. My personal mobile suit. It's not focusing. Okay, there we go. My personal colors, royal blue, gold, and white. believe it or not, this is actually the unicorn version of the suit, not the narrative version. I'm just playing Vigilante because I think it's a dope song. Yeah, my custom colors, it obviously needs to be dusted off. He's supposed to be holding his rifle like this. Oh well. The one thing that I'm really happy that I did about this, it's a custom paint job, obviously, based on the Alex. But these right here are the parts that I really love doing. This was a lot of fun. And it was so simple. So yeah, those are racing stripes on the fuel tanks. And yeah, gold. So anytime you see that gold and blue pointed at you, you know you've got missiles and a beam rifle hidden in the shield coming right at you. Because yeah, the shield, to turn it, is almost identical to the new Gundams. In fact, I think it is identical. I'm not going to go in the other room to get my new Gundam. But to show you guys the weaponry on it, this right here is a beam cannon. This metallic part. These are missiles. And then on top of that, hidden underneath, the forearms, you can actually, I'm trying to do this as gently as possible, pop this out. Oh, I'll just put the shield back on later. You can pop this out. And underneath the arm, see right there is a beam saber. Yeah, it has beam tonfa, just like the unicorn. Because the gimmick of what the Sinanju is, some people who don't know the lore, the gimmick of the Sinanju is that it is a test bed for the unicorn itself. So it carries a lot of the same equipment. But it also carries over equipment from the new Gundam as well. This is essentially the Sinanju is the love child, or specifically the Sinanju Stein. This sucker is the love child of the new Gundam and the Sazabi. It takes design elements from both. It's smaller and more nimble, like the new Gundam, but it has similar armament. This weapon as well, it's beam cannon. This big son of a bitch. Look at the size of that fucking rifle. This thing, which is a ship destroyer, this motherfucker right here, this big ass gun, this is actually another new Gundam weapon, specifically from the new Gundam's heavy weapons system armament. So in a lot of ways, it's a lot like the new Gundam. The only thing it's missing is funnel weaponry. But in theory, because it is a mobile suit that uses Psycho Frame, you could mount new Gundam weaponry onto this and it could use it without much problem. The only thing that it doesn't have from the Unicorn is an NTD system. But it has a Psycho Frame cockpit, just like the Unicorn does. But yeah, that is my personal mobile suit. If I were to pilot a mobile suit, that's the one I would pick. Because it is incredibly nimble, has a great beam rifle, great hidden armament, great close range and long range options, so on and so forth. So, awesome work on it. Well, thank you.
I appreciate the compliment. Okay, let's go ahead and prime these gym parts. Shirt Dude, do you remember when was it that the gyms started being painted white, like they started being white in fiction? I want to say the first time I saw a white one instead of like the awkward anime coloring was in 0080 or 0083. I don't remember off the top of my head. You have 3 Sinanjus. Nice. I plan on building one at some point. I would like to do the normal one. Because I do think it's a dope design. People think that I don't like its design. I do. I just don't like it as much as the Stein. I think the Stein is cooler. Let's do this. Let's do a little Beyond the Time, shall we? This is the SD Gundam Battle Alliance version. You have the Stein narrative version. Do you have the master grade or the... I think it's a high grade. I don't remember. I know that there's definitely a high grade of the narrative version because there's also a high grade of the Neo Zeon 2 from narrative. Alright, I see your red door and I want to paint it white. I know that's not the lyric and I really don't give a shit. Alright, here we go. Same thing as last time, I don't really need a super heavy coat of this because these splash paints I'm using are very thick. So I don't want the primer itself to be stupid thick or it's going to fuck with the texture of the mobile suit. And I don't want that. And the great thing about this is it dries really fast. So I'll be able to paint really quickly after I do this. There's a couple of quick sprays on each angle because we are changing the color. So we want to make sure that the primer is coating every single part that could be visible. And then some that aren't. Well, the reason I ask about the gym is the cold district type is obviously white, and so are the other gyms that show up in 0080 are in War in the Pocket. I think the first time we see a standard gym in pure white is actually in 0083. I could be remembering wrong. There we go.
We will let those dry for a second. Will you be going through the interwar period and the Grips War for bigger? Yes. No, I don't know what École du Ciel is. I've never heard of that. Right now, the plan for the Grips War, which we're not doing next. I'm still in the process of scripting it. Next thing we're doing is Wing, and then we're doing Grips War. Reason being is that, though I know Zeta like the back of my hand, because I've watched through it twice, and I'm really good at retaining stuff, retaining information, I've watched Wing so many fucking times, I could probably quote it as I watch it. So that one is a lot easier to do for a deep dive. It's also less episodes. It's only 3. The Vanilla Gym was painted white on some Cardist cards, which were coming out when Zeta was airing. So in the 80s. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know what École du Ciel is, but the first episode of Grips War, I will say right now, covers two things specifically. It was originally going to cover three, but the two things specifically that it covers are 0083 Stardust Memory, and it also covers Char's Deleted Affair. I wanted the third thing that we cover for it to be Advance of Zeta. However, Advance of Zeta is not available in English at all. At least, it's not fully translated. At least the Flag of Titans is not. Now, there are other Advance of Zeta stuff that is translated, but that stuff doesn't take place during the Grips War. It takes place after it. Which is unfortunate, because I was looking forward to breaking down the mechanics of, like, the Hazel series and the crazy shit like the Hazen Flea and all that, but yeah, Flag of Titans does not take place during the Grips War. It takes place before it. Now, there is a novel that follows up the Flag of Titans, which goes into the creation of the Aeug, and it's fighting with the Titans and how the Titans test team were used in combat, but that's not translated into English either. So
hopefully that answers the question. But the big thing is, I do not speak or read Japanese, so if it has not been translated, I'm fucked. It's a manga that takes place between 0085 to 0088. Is it in English? That is the big question, because if it's not in English, I can't do it. I cannot read Japanese yet. I'm working on it, but I'm not there yet. I'm not turning the fan on because I'm lazy. You know what? No, it's gonna blow in my fucking face. Yeah. And I like my lungs. I want to keep them where they're at. Looks pretty good. Remember, start underneath. Quick sprays and then move up. Make sure everything gets covered. Even the stuff that you're not going to see. And there we go. That's done. Ugh. Golly.
Blah. You doing all through all Gundam series? Just you see literally all of them. Any of the real robot Gundam series, I want to do a deep dive of. There's nothing really to deep dive with G Gundam, sadly. Because the technology in that show is not a focus at all. Because it's a super robot show. It's more focused on martial arts and shit. However, that doesn't mean I won't do a long review of it. Because I do have a lot to say about G Gundam. I feel like there's a lot of misconceptions with it. I think as a show, it's a lot more clever than people give it credit for. Am I using chrome paint for the GM's face camera? I'm using steel, specifically. It is, and I always use metal paints for inner frames. But I don't always use ones that are stupid shiny, because in some anime, and I like my model kits to be anime accurate, unless I'm doing a custom job, I like them to be kind of subdued in some ways. Like my Barbatos over there has a subdued gunmetal inner frame because that's what it looks like in the anime. It's, you know, brownish, almost not quite bronze, but more of a gunmetal type of a color, whereas the inner frame on like my Wing Zero or my Epion over there, those are shinier because they're shinier in the anime. We'll be going through the events of Moon Gundam. Maybe. If it's translated to English, I would like to. If, generally speaking, like, if it's translated into English, I want to do it. God, that light is terrible. Splash Paint's pure white. That's what we're using next. Yeah, I would like to do Moon Gundam.
I think it would be fun. Okay, now what I'm doing here is I'm using an airbrush cleaner before I use white paint. The reason being, there's nothing more frustrating when you're doing a Gundam or any sort of mobile suit that you're doing in white, and the white comes out cloudy. It is the fucking worst, and I've had it happen, and I had to repaint the whole part. So I always clean out my brush thoroughly whenever I use white paint. My least liked Gundam series that isn't Seed. The smartass answer is Seed Destiny, but Witch from Mercury. Witch from Mercury for sure. Dude, that show just disappoints me so much. Thoughts on the Moon Gundam itself? It's a cool looking mobile suit. I really like its design. Though my favorite mobile suit design from Moon Gundam is the Rick Dija. That thing is fucking awesome looking. I'm a big fan of the Dija, so like having a Spaceborne version of it, I'm like, oh hell yeah, dude. Sign me the fuck up. Alright. Here we go. That's coating one. I'm going to do 2 coats of this. let that dry for a minute. And I'll answer some more questions.
See what you got. Thoughts on G Savior? Never watched it, don't plan to. Comes to Newtypes, think Tamino was trying to imitate the Force but didn't know what identity to give it. I think he was inspired by it but didn't want to do the same thing. Do you think that the 00 movie's failure killed the prospect of aliens ever becoming a part of the series? I don't think that the movie failed in Japan's eyes. I think it's a creative failure. Well, that's a personal opinion. There's some people that fucking love it. My problem is that I've read Ender's Game, so I can't get behind something that's trying to be Ender's Game and doesn't pull it off. So yeah. Assume Age would be on that list too. I've never watched Age, believe it or not. Never took the time for it. It will be reviewed at some point, so I am going to watch it at some point. I just don't know when. I have heard that it is similarly infuriating, but I've also heard that it gets a lot better as it goes on. I remember that Boofire was doing a series on it. I don't know if he ever finished it. He always had these like long ass gaps between his videos at a certain point, and I don't know why. Maybe his day job kind of took priority, I'm assuming. Favorite grunt suit from each timeline? Oh god. Universal Century, my favorite grunt suit is probably the Riesel. From G Gundam doesn't really have a grunt suit. Not one that's actually named, I don't think. Let's see here. So from After Colony. After Colony is a hard pick because there's a lot of good suits. If I had to pick a grunt suit from After Colony, I think for me, the Taurus edges it out because it's such a unique design. So wait, that's After Colony. The only grunt suit I remember even being mentioned or named in The Witcher Mercury's timeline was the Demi, which, yeah, so I guess that's my pick. It's okay. G Gundam has Cushings, Pastores, Bushis, and no Bushis. I don't remember what any of those were, to be honest with you. It's the same thing with like, with whatchamacallit, with Gundam X. I have no pick because none of the designs were good. I thought that I am of the opinion that the designs of mobile suits in X are not very good.
I really don't think they are. I think the X, the double X, and the Divider, I think those three are really cool looking suits. I think the Airmaster's okay, but it's basically just a Zeta. But with double pistol or double rifles instead of its standard beam rifle. In which that case it's more of a Rigsy, really, than anything. But anyway, semantics. But nothing in X really stands out for me design-wise. And then, I guess for Seed, that timeline, I would have to go with the Zaku Warrior. I really like to look at the Zaku Warrior. I thought that was a really cool design. I'm getting focused, damn it. You know I'm really focused whenever I put my forearms on my table. I have a vision for how I want this mobile suit to look, and I am not going to give up until it is there. Sometimes that takes time. I got vision out the butt, so just roll with it. The basic problem that I'm running into is that I don't want this. I'm changing the color of a piece. So whenever you're doing Gunpla and you're changing the color of a piece, the last thing you want is this little gap or this little spot you forgot that is the color of the thing you're coloring over. It is fucking annoying. Because if you notice it after you've built it, you're going to want to pull the whole fucking thing apart and redo it. I would know because I've done that more than once. Oddly enough, my Jagan back there, I did the same fucking thing. Ah!
Where there was a part of its head that I noticed was still kind of like the same turquoise that, or green that the gym was in the original anime, plus how, you know, it is in this molding here. And I missed a spot. I had to pull the whole fucking head apart, paint it again, and then reassemble it. I was so pissed off. This time it looks like I did a good job, though. Actually, wait. Fuck it, I'll breathe the fumes. There we go. Now we're good. We're going to let that dry off. What purposes do Newtypes serve in a Gundam story? Why introduce people in Powers of the Giant Robot anime? The basic idea is there's a theory that goes on behind Gundam that is a message of the entire franchise. And it is the necessity of communication to prevent further violence. So what the new type is it's someone with a sixth sense, specifically in regards to human emotion. Now there's other powers that they get where they can project their thoughts and things of that nature, and they can even use specialized equipment in some of their mobile suits that use new type brainwaves called a Psychomu system. But the ultimate idea is that it was theorized by Char Aznable's father that human beings, as they go out to space, are going to continue to evolve. And one thing that they're going to evolve is the ability to have deeper communication with one another through that sort of a method, and that's what a new type is. So that's basically why they introduce it, is because there's a theme of communication and its ability to stop violence that is permanent, or is throughout most Gundam series, especially the Universal Century. So that's why it got introduced, really. It was to work with a meta-narrative. And then as it went on, it ended up kind of becoming its own thing. Alright, so that's going to take a couple of minutes to dry off. It's very inspired by Jedi and Star Wars, and funnily enough, later on, Star Wars would adopt the idea of certain weaponry using Jedi abilities, and such. And I kind of think that what happened is that the new type was inspired by the Jedi, and because George Lucas is kind of a weeb, it wouldn't surprise me if he had seen Gundam at some point and got inspired to integrate that into Star Wars. So I don't know if that's really what happened, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was. Do I like my MC better as Newtypes or regular skilled pilots? Either or. As long as the story is good, I don't care. Looks good to me. Because the one thing that I have noticed that becomes a problem with Gundam as it goes along is consistency. I kind of feel like we are in kind of a slump when it comes to Gundam stories. That we've had one that I would call excellent over the last 10 years. And everything else just not so much. Where did I put the instruction manual for the gym? Oh, it's right here. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything for the head assembly. I don't think I am. Okay, I see what's doing. I see where you're going with it. Any more Gundam game streams? I don't know. We'll have to see. I think if we get more people that like do memberships and stuff like that, then I'll probably stream more often. But as of right now, it's not necessarily in the cards. I think I've got to get better as a streamer. I don't think I'm that good at it yet. Federation or Xeon? Federation, for sure. I will take Corrupt over Genocidal any day of the week. It is very much the lesser of two evils. Not to mention, the Federation tends to have better leadership unless we're talking about the Grips War, in which case then they don't. We do Alt USC or Thunderbolt and Belcher. Well, I mentioned in my Thunderbolt review that I want to review the Thunderbolt manga at some point, but I might wait till it's over. Because believe it or not, it is still going on. Let's get our visor and stuff out. The inner frame is completely dry. We can go ahead and do this. Also where you can see my fucking ham hock hands. I put this in backwards? I might have. Yep. Because, yeah, this is a 1/100 head for a gem, and look how small it is compared to the rest of my hand. When I tell people that I have hands the size of frying pans, I'm not kidding. This is my turnstile in the middle of the whatchamacallit, the middle of my paint station. There's my hand. What do you think is the reason so many UC side materials, whereas Unicorn leans so heavily into Xeon Apologia? I have to think about that one. I don't think I have an answer for you today. I will at some point. I will definitely have an answer for you at some point, but not today. I'd have to look into... I think that... Okay, so some ideas are starting to come to me as I think about it. So, generally speaking, I kind of feel like Zeon Zundaikun's theories of like Sidism and Elsium, or whatever it's pronounced, those are good ideas that people vibe with. The idea specifically of the space colonies being independent of the Earth Federation. I think a lot of people see that and they're like, yeah, that makes sense, right? But the problem is that you cannot distinguish Xeon as a faction from what happened in the 1 Year War. It's impossible. And I think that that's part of my problem with Unicorn. Unicorn tries to play it like it was a faction where there's good people on both sides. It's like, well, yes, but also no. Because there were good people on both sides of the conflict, but let's not pretend that the Federation is as bad as Xeon is. Like, we cannot pretend that Giran Zabi and General Revel are parallels to one another. No. No. General Revel, by all intents and purposes, was a good man. Whereas Giran was a psychopath. We're getting there. Now this is the tricky part. Got to put the visor in here. Which I already painted the visor a few days ago. Which I just did with a Gundam marker. But the problem is fitting the visor in here is kind of tough. Because my thumbs are fucking huge. Might have to get a pair of tweezers. Let's try this a little differently. Let's do this. Put this on my index finger. Motherfucker. Come here. Put this on my index finger. Like so. Not gonna work. Got close. But you know what they say about horseshoes and cracker grenades. Wait. Maybe? Nope. Damn it. Alright, let's try a different method. let's do this. Let's align it here. Maybe? Fingers crossed. Yes! I think. Got it. Look at that. That looks great, actually. I feel like the paint that I did over the visor, let's get a little closer, really pops really well. You can still see through it, but it gives it a lot more color and definition. What we're going to do, I'm going to top coat this later. I'm going to put it on this and set it to the side. Good start. Have I seen or read Gundam Hathaway? The first Hathaway movie is fucking awesome. Could be trying to tap into Zeon before the zombies took over. I could see it. I think that a lot the one issue that I have with Unicorn specifically, I'll go more in depth when I do the video, but the thing that I have with Unicorn is that it kind of insists upon itself. I hate to say that. It kind of puts itself in a position where it seems like it's huffing its own farts. Because to quote the great philosopher Freddie Mercury, when it comes to Unicorn, nothing really matters. Everyone can see. Because nothing in Unicorn matters. None of it. None of it mattered. Do you want to know why none of it mattered? Takes place in UC 97, right? Gundam Hathaway takes place in what? UC 101, 102? Something like that? Shirt Dude will correct me if I'm wrong there. Might be 104. But, you know what Zeon is in Hathaway? It's just Side 3 again. There is no Zeon. They just let themselves get absorbed back into the Federation. Everything that happened in Unicorn didn't fucking matter. None of it did. The last vestiges of Zeon in the universe are the army that are in fucking F90. None of it mattered. Nothing in Unicorn matters. And that, to me, when it comes to like Unicorn fanboys, which fanboys ruin everything for people, they should just stop talking. I got no problem if you like something. But don't fanboy over it. Don't lose that part of your brain that throws logic away. Don't do that to yourself. but no, the but none of it mattered. I remember seeing a guy in the Gundam subreddit who was having like an existential crisis when he found out that nothing in Unicorn mattered and nothing in narrative mattered. Yes, there is the Xeon monkey from Skullheart. That is true. Forgot about that. Granted, I haven't read through Skullheart yet. Keep putting it off. Just putting all this on sticks. Oh, there it is. I hate that feeling in my gut where I think I'm missing a piece. You guys get, for those of you who are Gunpla builders in here, don't you just hate that feeling when you're like, oh god, am I missing a piece? Am I missing a piece? I really don't want to spend another $50 fucking on one of these kits. You know? I hate that feeling. Also funny to think the thing that finally killed off the Xeon Dream forever was Newtypes fading from the zeitgeist. Lack of superiority, rhetoric, Dave. Neji, dude, that is a really good observation. You get the thumbs up. That is legit great. Hathaway is UC 105, so it's 8 years after. Yeah, so 8 years after Unicorn, none of it mattered. Thank you, Tara, for that. Yes, I have heard that Azaku actually finds usefulness in Crossbone because they didn't configure their sensors for a larger MS. Because for those of you who don't know, Gundams and Crossbone are not very big. Like, the tall geese here, I'll show you guys my tall geese too. Let's do a size comparison, shall we? So this is an After Colony mobile suit. The tall geese 2. Yes, I'm very proud of it. So on and so forth. Pretty good size mobile suit, right? Custom painted, natch. This is from Universal Century 92. See the size difference? The reason I use a Jesta, or a Jagan, is because the Jagan, believe it or not, is the same size, height-wise, as a Gelgoog. Gelgoogs are fucking huge. So this is a little bit bigger than a Zaku 2. This is smaller than a Zaku. This is about the same size as the tall geese is a little bit bigger than the X1 full cloth. Actually, no, it's bigger than the Victory, because the Victory is actually smaller than this. The V2 is smaller than the tall geese. Look how much bigger this is here. So the problem is that they didn't set up their sensors in the smaller mobile suit for the bigger mobile suit, so their aim was off. So they couldn't hit the Zaku 2. Thought that was an interesting little touch. So yeah, these are big boys. Universal Century, like the end of the first the end of the Universal, the first 100 years of the Universal Century, like mobile suits were fucking monsters. I mean, the Sea Gundam is 88, 90 feet tall, I think, close to 100. Get all our inner frame stuff here. Now I have to be careful because we're starting to get smaller pieces. In fact, I'm going to just leave them in the bag and just move them straight to the sticks. C is 25 meters. Might be. Hold on. Let's look this up. RX-105 C Gundam. 26 meters. You were close. So for those who don't know how big that really is, so let's do a thing. So here's the C Gundam, 26 meters. Now, we go meters to feet conversion. So how big is the C Gundam? It is 85 feet tall. That is terrifying. Absolutely fucking terrifying. And on top of that, it flies! It's fucking scary. Imagine something that big flying at you at like Mach 2. Like, jeez. A frightening mobile suit. And it looks like a monster. I mean, it is a scary mobile suit. I mean, it kind of looks like a Dorito, but it's still fucking terrifying looking. You barely even see it. Like, this is the first time you see its face in the movie. Give scale for 85 feet. Okay, 85 feet. Well, I'm 6 feet tall. So what's 85 divided by 6? So, if you were to stack 14 Micahs on top of each other, that's how tall the C Gundam is. The C Gundam is 14 Micahs tall. That's how we're gonna measure all Gundams now in all videos. How many Micahs tall is this mobile suit? But 85 feet tall, the original Mazinger Z is 85 feet tall. So that's how big the C Gundam is. It's as big as the original Mazinger. It's huge. In comparison to other suits from its line, from the X series, because this is technically a descendant of the Zeta. Because it has the same Greek letterings, Delta, Zeta, etc., etc. The Zeta Gundam is like 65 feet tall. And the Zeta Gundam is a big boy. Or... So here's the double Zeta. This thing is 22 meters tall with all of its equipment. So, yeah, it's like the double Zeta is 10 feet smaller than the C Gundam. Like it's massive. It is a massive, monstrous machine. And then after that, they just scaled down. They're like, okay, we need to stop making mobile suits this fucking big. Thus the F-91. Well, actually, the F-89 and the F-90 were also smaller, to be fair. The F-89, I think, if I remember right, is the same size as the original Gundam. And then the F-90 and the F-91 are both smaller, considerably. They're like only like 14 meters tall, 14, 15, something like that. I had that feeling in the pit of my stomach that a piece was going to drop, and it did, but I fucking got it. It's right here. Can't see it because it's so small. There it is. You will not escape me. Or my gorilla grip. I'm going to need a toothpick real quick. I think the heavy gun was the first miniaturized? It might have been. Usually it's a Gundam who is like that they use as like the test bed for such things. But I admittedly have not read up on it. So I could be talking out of my rather wide hind parts. Okay. what I'm doing is I'm just mounting all of these pieces onto sticks. Well, that brings about the question, Matt. Is it in English? Is there an English translation? In fact, Shirt Dude, are there any Gihren's Greed games that have been translated to English? If anyone would know, it would be Shirt Dude, because that's where he gets a lot of the cutscenes that we use in our videos. There is an English translation. At some point, I will have to give it a try. I've never played a Gihren's Greed game. By the way, that if I ever do a blooper reel of one of my videos, expect to hear that a lot. Because I can have serious motor mouth. I can speak very quickly if I need to. But sometimes when I do that, my tongue gets like all tied up in itself. I'll just be talking normally, and then all of a sudden I'm like, you know, which is negative bueno. Okay. I'm not missing it. Good. This is part of the cockpit. Out of the 5 Gundam boys, who do you think has the most skills, and why is it Duo? Oh, that's a good question. Because Duo, that you can make an argument, because he did single-handedly take down mobile dolls that were programmed from the combat data of Hiro and Troa. However, my counter argument and why I think it's Hiro is he was the only one in the last battles of the Eve Wars that they could trust to hold off Zex Marquise. They didn't trust anybody else to do it. Which is saying something, because the Ultron, it's not a close combat suit like the Epion is. So the fact that Hiro was the one charged with it, I think, speaks volumes. And to be honest with you, I don't know if Duo or Wu Fei or Catcher would have been able to beat him or hold him off. Because any time that any other mobile suit pilot encounters the Epion, he basically shrugs them off. Like they're not even there. So ultimately, I would lean towards Hito, but they are all stupidly skilled. Every single one of them. I mean, just the simple fact that they can get their mobile suits to move like they do. None of them are Newtypes. None of them are using Psycho Frame. And yet, the mobile suits in Wing are more maneuverable with those pilots in them than mobile suits that we see with Psycho Frame, and that's saying something. I will say, though, of the close combat boys, I think Duo was the best. I'm not of the opinion that in that battle with Treize at the end of the show, I don't think Wu Fei would have won if Treize wanted to win. But Treize did not go into that fight wanting to win. He went into it knowing he was going to die. He had planned on it. My favorite mobile suit of all time is Wing Zero. I know that's kind of lame. Some people don't like the fact that it's Wing Zero, but it's Wing Zero. Wing Zero, to me, is one of the most intimidating and yet elegant mobile suits to ever be conceived. It is gorgeous to look at. I have 2 master grades of Wing Zero. You can see my Proto Zero right there. That one, as you can see, it's shiny, metallic paints. Top to bottom. Gorgeous. Gorgeous mobile suit. In the other room, I have my Endless Waltz Wing Zero Verka. And I plan on painting it similarly at some point. What Gundam comes close to the same power level as Wing Zero? The Double X. The X and the Double X do. I would argue that their satellite cannons are actually more powerful, but the problem is the moon has to be out, and a certain military facility needs to have alignment with where the X is at for it to be able to use it. So it takes a lot longer to use. So that was one that I would put on there. I would say that the Unicorn comes close. But the Unicorn does not have as much offensive power as Wing Zero does. However, it has more defensive power than Wing Zero does because of the psycho fields that it uses. And their mobile suit's more powerful than it as well. The Turn A, obviously, and then the God Gundam, and by extension the Master Gundam, are more powerful than Wing Zero. I mean, the God Gundam and the Devil Gun, and the Dark Gundam, they were like gravity was literally distorting around them as they fought each other.
Here's an interesting question.
I'm not gonna put on the mask on yet. Where was it? I just missed it. Any thoughts on people dissing you for your honest opinion on why you love Wing and consider Seed trash? I'm kind of a similar opinion, to be honest, too. My opinion on their opinion of me is that they don't know what good things are. I have had people try to argue that the reason I have the feelings I do is because I'm an American, which you're basically saying that non-Americans like trash Gundam shows, which I don't think is true. And the other thing is that the simple fact is that Seed is inconsistent, it's preachy, it's at some points hard to watch. The plot makes no sense, the characterization makes no sense. It is just it's a garbled mess of a television show. So to sit there and act like it's some sort of piece of genius when in fact it's really the same sort of like mid to late 2000s anime dreck that drove a lot of people away from anime at that time, to act as if it's some sort of genius. Well, you must think that Naruto is genius, you know, or you must think that Bleach is genius or something like that. No, it's not, you know. Now, granted, Bleach and Naruto are honestly better shows than Seed is, and I hate Naruto, but I will say that in an instant. But it's from that same time period, and it suffers from a lot of the same problems. And to sit there and act as if it's some sort of hidden genius or something like that, when it's easily one of the worst written Gundam shows, if not the worst written Gundam show of all time, I just think to people that try to defend that, you're defending your nostalgia, you're not actually defending quality. However, the Abyss Gundam is fucking awesome. That I will freely admit.
And then what was the other one? The Calamity? The Calamity's dope too. Alright, let's get to priming. You know, for some reason, when I said let's get to priming, my brain went, let's get to Primus. And immediately the bass line for Jerry as a race car driver starts going off in my fucking head. That one is Jerry's a race car driver, right? Or is that whenever it had a big brown beaver? I don't remember. I'd have to take a second to listen to it. No, it is when it had a big brown beaver. Which, if you ever watch the music video for when Noda had a big brown beaver, and she stroked it all day long, you'll just realize that drugs were awesome in the 90s. You consider Fukuda as the Gundam equivalent of Neil Druckmann? You know, I could see it. Or in some ways, Neil Druckmann is the video game equivalent of Fukuda because Druckmann came after. But yeah, I could see it. Where they kind of get credited for being a lot smarter than they really are. I can't believe I got my Primus basslines mixed up though. The hell's wrong with me? What kind of a 90s kid am I? Ba-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo. Well, I never had a big brown beaver and I don't remember the lyrics, I just know the rhythm of them. That smells like 7 layers. That beaver is Taco Bell. Woohoo! If I ever become a beaver, if I ever become a VTuber, if that ever happens, which it probably won't, because they'll say, you're just doing that because you're fat, and I'll be like, I know! But, anyway, if I ever become a VTuber, that's what I'm going to do cover songs of, is Primus. Just be weird. Priming. Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head all fucking day, man. That smells like 7 layers. That beaver eats Taco Bell. Woohoo! Does Taco Bell even make the 7-layer burrito anymore? Does anybody know? I haven't eaten Taco Bell in like a year. I know they still have the beefy 5-layer. But personally, I love that burrito. I have a story about that one that I will tell here in a bit. I need a little bit more primer to finish this. Just a smidgen. What's your opinion on Code Geass? I actually reviewed it, John. If you want, the
review is called Code Geass. Let them see cake. If you want to check my playlists on my channel, it is in my Micah reviews anime non-Gundam. Because I have a few playlists. I have Gundam Explained, which that's going to be for deep dives. I have Micah reviews anime, Micah reviews Gundam, Micah reviews anime non-Gundam, and then Micah reviews everything else. Because admittedly, since most of my audience at this point are anime lovers, I will be I'll primarily be focusing on anime, but I'm going to do other stuff too. Which, for those of you in chat, if you are comic book fans, I am a comic book writer, as well as a YouTube guy. And my, you're going to get one last chance. I have a comic book called Inglewood. that we're doing one final run. Sorry. We're doing one final run of the second book on we're going to do it on Kickstarter. We need about $1,000 to make it worth it. So if you have not backed this yet, click the link here. I'm going to put it in the chat. That'll take you to my comic book, Eaglewood, the Born in Blood Saga. You can check out the trailer there. So if you're a fan of old school street level superheroes, or if you like martial arts manga, like one of my biggest inspirations for the comic is actually Fist of the North Star, though it's nowhere near as violent. It is a superhero story, but you'll notice a lot of like the angles and stuff. There's stuff from Fist of the North Star. Not to mention, for Inglewood, there is a 2-page Fist of the North Star spread in it. I'll show you real quick. So for those of you who like Fist of the North Star stuff, yeah, this is up your alley. Because yes, that is my main character doing the Hokuto 100 crack fist. I love Fist of the North Star, man. Like, it is one of my biggest influences as a writer. So pick that up. You will enjoy it. That I promise you.
Alright, let's finish priming these colored parts, and then we will move on to priming the inner frame. You guys want to hear another fun sci-fi factoid? Babylon 5 was so low budget that they used masks with filters like these as their masks that let them breathe oxygen in unoxygenated areas. I thought it was so funny because I'm like, I have one of those in my office. Because I hadn't actually, like, sat down and paid attention to an entire season of Babylon 5 until maybe a few years ago. Yeah, I want to say like 5 or 6 years ago. I had watched some episodes when I was younger, like in my teenage years, but I had never taken in like a full season of it, right?
Man, was it worth it. Babylon 5 is fucking great. It's one of those interesting things, like, I know a lot of people complain about Star Wars, and they have very good reason to complain about Star Wars, but it kind of upsets me when they don't seek out other science fiction. There's so many people who are Star Wars fans that if they looked up or looked into stuff like Gundam or like Babylon 5 or things of that nature, if they haven't watched it before, like, dude, that will scratch your itch and then some. There's a lot of tremendous science fiction stories that have been done throughout the years that will broaden your horizons and really make you realize that that George Lucas is not, he's not the one guy, you know. Dude wasn't the messiah of science fiction. There was a lot of great science fiction creators out there. There are ones that I very much believe are more thoughtful, like someone like Harlan Ellison. You asked me about my opinion on Code Geass. I'd probably say the fact that I have to watch 5 more whole movies after season 1 is complete BS. I'm told that I should actually watch a few of them. Apparently they're pretty good. However, on the flippity flop, some people have also told me that, and they are people that are very into titty anime, and their reason was for titillation reasons, and I'm like, I liked Code Geass, but it wasn't just because Callan had a nice ass, alright? Caked up redheads are nice, but they're not everything. On season 4 of Babylon 5. I hear the 5th season is the trippiest one. Because admittedly, that's one thing about Babylon 5 that goes on. It gets very trippy. Alright, let's go ahead and... One thing is that Code Geass actually is the reason that I was kind of hyped up for the Witch from Mercury when it came out. And then I realized of the team of Goro Taneuchi and the writer, Goro is the one with all the talent. It's kind of obvious that
Jun Takeuchi, who's the writer, is an ideas person, but needs a filter. Yeah, I'm really looking for. I'm curious as to what you guys think on this.
I am tempted. So my re-review of The Witch from Mercury has been completely recorded. The audio is edited. All that's left is for me to give the audio to Shirt Dude and say, "Do your thing." It is not a positive review. It is a very negative review of the show. Should I be a dick and drop it during Pride Month? Hey, Mouse.
Fuck it, why not? Yes, do it, absolutely. Probably get more traffic that way. That is true. And I'm gonna blame somebody for the reason I want to do it. I will give that blame in just a second. But it was something on the Twitter that made me very angry. I will rant here in a moment. It's building up. It's building up inside me. There's a Palpatine on my shoulders like, good, let the hate flow through you. Alright. So, I am blaming my friend for this. My friend Martyr. By the way, I love Martyr. Martyr is a great human being. One of the nicest people I've ever met. And a genuinely good person.
But Martyr is from California. And California people say silly things. And they retweet silly things. I'm going to be blunt. I don't like Pride Month. Nothing against people that are gay. I have quite a few friends that are on that fucking rainbow. And I got nothing against them. I have dated women that are on that rainbow, that are bi, you know. I had a couple girlfriends that were. So no problem with people that are of non-straight orientation. Don't really care. Doesn't bother me as much as long as you're cool and I'm cool. That's all that matters. But I hate Pride Month for two specific reasons. One, there are grown men that think that it's okay to wear assless chaps around children during Pride Month. That's disgusting. Do not do that. Mostly because, and this is something I need to say. A lot of gay men that I know that would wear assless chaps in public shouldn't be wearing something like that ever. Because they don't look good. They're hairy, balding men like myself. I will say this right now. Anyone built like me and looks like me, hairy and balding, our ass should never be hanging out ever. Especially not in public. Just keep that to you and your boyfriend's enjoyment, alright? Like, please don't. So that's the first thing. Second thing. I'm blaming Martyr for this. Because she retweeted somebody, some music guy. I want to say it was Jonathan Young. Who, by the way, does good covers. But he put something in a tweet that infuriated the fuck out of me. It was some rah-de-rah about Pride Month and how we should all respect it. And then at the end of it, he says, educate yourself. He says, educate yourself. No, you educate me. If you believe so fucking much in what you are saying and what you think I should believe, you educate me. I should not have to go out of my fucking way to look up stuff and have to do things and have to what? Why do I have to educate myself if I don't believe what you believe? Why? Why do I have to believe that you are right? If you are so fucking sure of yourself, if you are so convinced that you have the right argument, then just take 10 seconds to tell me why you think what you think. It's not fucking hard. Stop being such a shithut on the internet. Because, to be honest with you, if somebody said that to me in public, educate yourself, I'd fucking slap you. Because you're a grown adult. If you can't make the argument and you can't have a conversation with another grown adult on a disagreement, shut the fuck up. God. Smug fucking shitheads. That's why I hate Pride Month. Every fucking year, the smuggest human beings on planet Earth just infect the world with their smug. And it's like, shut up. Stop talking. Most of you that do this shit aren't even gay. Well, the real gay people, please stand up and tell these people to shut up. God damn. Motherfuckers. Eat a candy-coated coxicle, you fucks. It's even more aggravating. I think that Pride Month should be a different month, and this month should just be mental health awareness. And I think that it's the thing that should be nationally observed from a federal standpoint. Not Pride Month. Might be a hot take, might be mean. I fully accept that possibility. But, fact of the matter is that I think that the mental health of American citizens, and really people across the world, is more important than who you fuck. Because Pride Month only covers, like, a specific group of people, right? Mental health, like, that's everybody. Everybody should be taking better care of their mental health. When I founded my company, Grindstone Arts, that's what I told everyone in my company. You guys need to take care of your mental health. If Serena's still here, she can attest to that. One of the first things I said in our very first meeting, because I knew people that weren't taking care of their mental health, they had breakdowns, and it completely ruined their
relations with other people. And lo and behold, as Serena can also attest, those two of those people in the meeting didn't fucking listen and ended up firing them because they went crazy. Actually, that's not completely true. I only fired one of them. The other one I just let go, the other one left voluntarily, but he was having a mental breakdown.
Ugh, it's getting hot in here. Someone says educate yourself. They really mean believe exactly what I believe. You're right on point about that. Yeah, and that's the big thing. And here's the thing. Like, if you don't feel like you're good enough to make the argument, which in my opinion, like, statements like that are very much and, you know, they're emblematic of a lack of confidence. If you don't have the confidence and you think that somebody should just, like, read somebody else, like, you should just say, look, I'm not the best person to ask about this, but here's some people that I've read that I've listened to or what have you that really have good, that are kind of like experts on the matter. That I can respect, you know, because at that point you're admitting to everybody that you're not an authority on anything. You don't know shit. But here's some people who do know shit. Go listen to them because they will probably steer you the right direction. That's something I could very much respect. You know. Honestly, mental health needs more awareness. I completely agree. And I'll say this, like, admittedly this stings me because I am someone who suffers from a mental illness. I have very bad depression that I keep at bay with meds. And, well, actually, I shouldn't say very bad. It's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. It used to be terrible. It's gotten better as I've gotten older. What's gotten worse, though, is my anxiety issues. My anxiety issues have gotten worse since I've gotten older. But I know so many people that have to suffer in silence when it comes to their mental health, you know, and it just gets completely ignored for, again, who people are fucking, and it's like, where's our priorities, man? They're clearly not where they need to be. Ah! Oh, wow. Oh, I love it. Man, I love this paint. Back on positive things. That yellow looks beautiful. This is why for like semi-gloss paints, I love splash paints more than any other. They look so good. Such a rich, deep yellow. And I feel like this tone I don't get from Mr. Hobby stuff when it comes to semi-gloss. I feel like I get that sort of a rich tone from the actual like gloss stuff, which I don't always want to work with. Though I will admit that the Mr. Hobby stuff and the splash paint stuff, they actually do play well together in some cases. Like if you don't have splash paint metallics and you want to do candy coating, using Mr. Color metallics are just as good. And admittedly, they're considerably cheaper. Because I really like the metallizers from splash paints, but the Mr. Hobby stuff is just as good, and it's considerably cheaper. All you have to do is have your own thinner. Golly. You can't see it as much with the yellows because of the light. Here. It's not going to focus right. And then that's too bright. God damn it. You just have to take my word, it's very rich yellow. But, a lot of all caps in the chat. You don't need to do that to get my attention, trust me. But there's actually one thing that, some of you, this might be the first time you've ever seen me do a live stream. You don't have to do all caps for me to see what you're saying. I will catch it. Trust me. Like my eyes are. I gotta be able to do that. So, just something I would ask is just don't do the all caps thing. Please and thank you. So as of right now, I'm not doing a lot of comic book reading. Transformers G.I. Joe, not really up my alley, though I do appreciate the recommendation. I was never a big Transformers fan. My group of childhood nostalgia is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And before anybody asks, no, I have not read The Last Ronin yet.
pay 120 bucks for a master grade full armor Hyakushiki Kai. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be too far off from what the cost of the actual Hyakushiki Kai is, because the Kai is just the normal Kai. I think it's actually on P Bandai right now, and it is about 100 and some odd bucks. Having trouble getting this open. That's not good. I'm going to actually have to take my pliers to it. In fact, let me have a look here. P. Bandai. Let's have a look. Franchises, Gundam. And then available items. P Bandai is looking like in the future it's going to be the go-to place to get master grades. Because yeah, they have the Zaku cannon up. Here, I'll show this so you guys can see what I see. They have the Zaku cannon. They have the expansion parts for the Barbatos. They have expansion parts for wing kits. They've got the Zagak. They've got the Banshee Norn, which I actually have one behind me. I haven't built it yet. The 1/100 Rebel Woo. I don't care about the Impulse. Perfect Grade Phoenix. Exia Repair 3 Master Grade. They have the Raised Cane here. That's 125. Gelgoog Cannon. They might have sold out of the Hyakushiki Kai. They did. But this is where you get it, is on P Bandai. Alright, John, have yourself a good one, dude. But yeah, I'm personally, what I would like, since we have the Delta Plus, I would absolutely love to have a just straight up master grade Delta Gundam. I think that would be the shit. Ugh. Oh, that's looking really good. I know I don't have my mask up, but I don't fucking care. That is such a pretty red. Look at that. This is gonna be a gorgeous looking mobile suit, man. That right there, it's so pretty. It shines, but it doesn't have too much shine on it, you know? That is why I love these paints. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love it. Ah! Oh. I did not stretch out properly this morning, so my joints are all stiff. What the Nightingale made, Bandai has no excuse not to do the Quinn Mantha. You know, I would be down for that, because they're about the same size, aren't they? I could be wrong on that. Hey, Pran, I have long time no see, dude. How's it going? It's a good red color that is not overbearing. That's the big kicker. Not too bad, man. Just trying to stay busy. Things have been a little tight since my contract didn't get renewed, so I'm kind of working through things. Thankfully, YouTube has helped with that, but, you know, finding steady editing work has been very difficult, to say the least. Okay. Now we gotta do the whites. It's not quite clean enough to my liking. Probably should have done the white stuff first in hindsight, but can't take it back. Yeah, video editing, that's why I have a shirt dude. Like, it's hard for me to actually sit down and edit a video. But no, Pranav in the chat and I used to work together. for the last website I was working for as an editor.
All right. Ugh. Yeah, I would like to have steady employment, but it has been difficult to find. Because right now I don't have a car, so working from home is like my best option. But Illinois has made that difficult for people. Unless you're an independent contractor, which I would prefer to be. Then it's still doable, it's just, in my line of work, it's not easy to get a job. A lot of publications, like this time last year, they were cutting people left and right, just weren't renewing their contracts. And sadly, I was a victim of that. Ever since then, I've had jobs that would get set up and then they would just fall through for whatever reason. Tomorrow I plan on making a bunch of calls. Because right now, I'm at a point where if things keep up the way they are with YouTube stuff, obviously Shirt Dude is going to get a pay increase because he's earned it. But on top of that, I'm almost at a point where YouTube is paying the bills. And if YouTube starts paying the bills, fuck, I'm in good shape. Adherent, you are not wrong, man. Speaking of which, this is a good time for me to shill it. For those of you who are in here and maybe you're not in my Discord server, and you'd like to take part in member exclusive polls and things of that nature, you can become a channel member and get all the same benefits as someone who is on Patreon or on Subscribestar, but it's right here on YouTube. As long as you link your Discord to your YouTube account and you're a member, it'll throw you right in my server. A lot of cool people in there that like to hang out and talk about stuff. Yeah, I figured I'd throw that out there for anybody that's interested. Because it especially helps with stuff where videos get like demonetized and things like that. It lets guys like me keep going and doing cool stuff, you know? And I know it's kind of senseless shilling, but I do genuinely love doing content for you guys. And I really feel like ever since Shirt Dude and I have started working together on this, like we've really hit a hot streak. Is it really that bad, Pranav? That sucks, man. I'm guessing the communication issues that hurt me as bad as they did haven't been resolved. Even the views have dropped significantly. It doesn't surprise me if your workers aren't happy. They're not going to give you 120. They're not going to give you 100%. They're not going to bring in that and getting rid of me, not renewing my contract. The two gentlemen that hired me, whose names I forget, I just remember them being really nice and easy to work with. They flat out told me that they stood up to me for me to the higher ups, but they weren't having it. It is what it is. I will also say this. I'm going to take this off for a bit.
Not the first publication that I've left, or my contract didn't get renewed or something like that, and then it got worse after I was gone. Tends to be a pattern with me. When I tell people I strive to make every place I work in better than it was than when I came in, I mean it. And oftentimes it's true. But some people get it in their heads that this is one of the weirdest things about some workplaces is like sometimes there is such a weird thing of being too good to the point where if they find one flaw with you, they will use it to try to get rid of you. And admittedly, that's the reason that they didn't renew my contract. Is they used my health as an excuse, and it's like, all right, well, I am an independent contractor, so I don't get the same protections as somebody on salary. Well, I tried my best, man. You can always set yourself up as a better Japanese translator and editor. It's a growing field, considering localizers are terrible. Sadly, I still don't know Japanese properly. I'm working on it. Like, that's a possibility for the future. Because at one point, I would love to be able to translate my comic books to Japanese and sell them in Japan. Because one thing that a lot of people don't really realize is that the Japanese love superheroes as much as Americans do. One thing that's really interesting, the Japanese love Captain America. Absolutely fucking love Captain America. There's a reason that All Might, that his outfit has some Captain America inspiration on it. You know? Like, the Japanese love that character. They love Spider-Man over there, obviously, because he had his own tokusatsu show. Where he was like, they called himself the Emissary of Hell. They love Venom over there, too, by extension. But admittedly, like myself, I'm kind of trying to figure out where I want to go with my future. Obviously, I want YouTube to be part of it, but, you know, I'm a writer, I'm an artist, I'm an editor. Well, not an artist. I'm an artist because I'm a writer. But, so I'm an artist in a broader term. But I'm an editor. As Pranav in chat can tell you, I'm very good at it. Oddly enough, with my editing, this is something, it's actually good that you're here, because you can attest to this. So can Serena, if she's still here, is that not only when I'm working as an editor will I edit your work, I will go out of my way to help you become a better writer. It is part of my promise, and it is part of the reason why I'm very demanding with how much people pay me for it. Because you will improve under me. That I assure you. And I take pride in the fact that Pranav, when I first started at the last place I worked at, by the time I ended there, he was a much better writer than when I started. And he wasn't bad when he started either. Or when I started either. A lot of guys that were there when I was there got leagues better over the course of the year. Oh God, I wouldn't want to... An MMA guru, that dude's a fucking weirdo. Nothing personal, it's just like... one of those dudes that talks a little too much, you know? And I say this as somebody who... I know Muay Thai, I know boxing. I don't look it because I'm as fat as I am right now, but I know them. And to be fair, Michael Chiavello, the voice himself, also knows Muay Thai, and he's as chubby as I am. Just saying. But, the, guys like that who are in MMA, like the MMA circles that talk as disrespectful as they do, bothers the fuck out of me. You know, it's like, look, I get it. You get disappointed with some people's performances. I'm really bummed out that Poirier got choked out in his fight with for the title over the weekend. That bugged the shit out of me because I love Poirier, but you know, wasn't in the cards. He's gonna end up being the best guy that never won the big belt, in my opinion, as a lightweight. How do the kids say it? Absolute legend. But when it comes down to it, like, I very much believe that there is a level of respect that you have to get punched in the face. I've been punched in the face many times in my life. I've been kicked in the head by people.
my first day of Muay Thai sparring, my sparring partner was a guy with a short man's complex, and he head kicked me the first thing he did before I even put my guard up. I didn't go out because he was tiny, but that was very rude. That sparring session got stopped immediately because our teacher chewed him out. I got even with the guy of the session, like the next session though. Because I got him up against the ropes and I kneed him in the solar plexus, and he did not get up. But, I'll give it a thought. I used to do a show called MMA Mondays back when I first started on YouTube. And I just gave it up. And I don't know why. I think it was because my channel at the time felt very unfocused. And what infuriates me is it was a really bad move to give it up. Because some people that I used to talk to on the Bloody Elbow forums at the time, well, not really forums, but like the comments section and like the fan posts of Bloody Elbow, back when it was part of SB Nation, are names that you would know when I say I got into arguments with them. I got into arguments with Tommy Toehold before he was Tommy Toehold. I got into arguments with Luke Thomas before he was Luke Thomas, and had good discussions with those guys. And I was still putting out my own content and putting it in the fan posts there. And if I had stuck with it, I probably would have, you know, things would have probably been a lot different. But hindsight's 20/20. Need to come back. I'll think about it. I'm in the process of building like 3 or 4 different things right now when it comes to content creation, because I'm still doing comic book stuff. My company is getting ready to start our first our podcast up, hopefully sometime in the next month. So adding on to that right now, I don't know yet, because it'd be a rebuilding process, and it takes time to build that sort of thing, like a shocking amount of time. Though, admittedly, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I'll say it again, it's a lot easier now to build up a YouTube channel than it used to be. Because YouTube is at a point where it actively wants people to be making money. Whereas when Susan was in charge, it didn't really seem that way. It kind of seemed like she was kind of against it. She only wanted certain people making money. I remember my front page used to always be like late night TV hosts and stuff like this, and I'm like, I've never watched a video like this. Why would I want to start now?
Nowadays, my feed is like full of stuff that I'm interested in. You know, some MMA stuff, some pro wrestling stuff, some anime stuff, some it fits my hobbies a lot more. Like the algorithm makes more sense now, and I get recommendations of content that I might enjoy. I don't always click on it, but I'm glad that it's there, if nothing else. Nothing better than men bonding over assembling Gunpla. Amen to that. Well, it wasn't just one person, Tyler. Like, Susan targeted everybody. I remember when that influencer list came out, like, where they tried to link Joe Rogan to Richard Spencer and shit. Everybody that was on that list got their channel, essentially stunted in the algorithm. Like you couldn't make waves. It was impossible. Unless you were somebody who already had a big channel and like it was a big controversy for you to be someone that got stunted. Like, you know, political people like Steven Crowder or Sargon of Akkad or so on and so forth. Like, if you were already a big name, it made you even bigger. If you weren't a big name, you were fucked. That's why for this channel for the longest time, like, it was going nowhere. It was largely because of that. It got found out later. Then Susan left, and then the new guy came in, and now he's like, I want to make money. We're going to have rules, but I want to make money. And the fact of the matter is, it's like, I don't disobey the rules, you know? And I don't do the whole culture war thing anymore. Like, I'm not interested in it. For several reasons. Though the main one is I'm sick of tourists. That, I think, is like my biggest frustration, is tourists. Like the Pridwin in Fallout New Vegas. I'm sorry, what? You fucking what, mate? Absolutely, Pranav. Have yourself a good night, buddy. Sleep well. Yeah, exactly, Will. Like that was my thing. It's like I never understood why Susan was the head of YouTube. She was just part of that bubble of people that were, you know, names in Silicon Valley at the time that did not prioritize profits. And it was so weird. What compressor and airbrush am I using? Cheap one. Let me look it up. I don't remember off the top of my head. I had to pull up my Amazon page. I want a new one with more like brush heads and shit, but I just don't have the money right now. Okay. So it is. Have a good one, shirt dude. It is this one. Yeah, $100. Master airbrush and compressor. So, stupid cheap. And I've had it, as you can see, since 2021. No issues. I like it. I would like a better brush at some point, but the compressor's really good. So, if you don't own an airbrush, it gets my recommendation. Alright, everything should be dry. So now we assemble, and then once we assemble the torso, we're going to call it, because it is getting warm in here and I want to cool off for a bit. So, torso assembly. So I went ahead and assembled this part. Let's go ahead and move the camera down so you guys can see what I'm doing. So I already assembled this here. So now I need to do this part here, which is the flaps. Or the vents, I should say, not the flaps. Well, they're vent flaps, goddammit. We'll go with that. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Adherent. Like, the Krakoa era just had such promise, but it put such a bad taste in my mouth. Like, now that they're making a big deal about Mystique and what's-her-face marrying, it's like, these are villains, man. Why are we making it like these are good people? These are terrible people. Why are we celebrating anything that they're doing? You're doing stuff like this for a political message, not because it's good storytelling. And you're not sending the right message either. You're sending a message to people that your actual behavior as a human being doesn't matter as long as you are having sex with someone who's the same gender as you are. It's like, what the fuck, man? But then again, I would also argue that there's a lot of very terrible people at Marvel. Just no good, rotten, very not nice people. I think I put one of these on wrong. And now I don't know how to get it out. Fuck, there it goes. Okay. And some of the paint rubbed off. I'm going to have to touch this up here in a second. Yep, got a little dull when I put my hand on it. Not a big deal. It's not hard to touch up. Am I going to do weathering on this one? Nah, this one is going to just be a pretty one on my shelf. If I were to do weathering and stuff, it would be like for a diorama and things of that nature, which I'm not really doing at the moment. Maybe someday in the future. My goal is whenever I buy a house in like the next few years, which I'm hoping to do, I plan on having a pretty big office in it. And not only am I going to have all of my Gunpla in there, but I will actually have a couple of different dioramas as well. One that I plan on doing is going to be a cityscape full of ground type Gundams and gyms and such in a land fight against Zaku's and Goofs and things of that nature. Actually, you know what? Those look fine. I'm being paranoid. It's just a light. I don't know if I'm ever going to do the VTuber thing. I really don't have a reason for it. Again, the main reason I think I don't is because I know the first thing that's going to come out of people's mouths is the only reason you're doing this is because you're a fat guy. And it's like, yeah, admittedly it is. So I feel like, honestly, the more I'm on camera as me, there's more incentive for me to start to keep exercising, which I've been trying to do just to get my joints feeling better and I think really that's the main motivation, to be honest with you. I think it goes like this. That can't be right. Hold on. Let's do it from this side. This is what I mean by why it's like 1/100 scale is hard enough. Could you imagine me doing 1/144ths? Just big old gorilla mitts. Shit just ain't happening. That's what's causing the problem. I'm looking at it all wrong. You know what? I think I got the wrong one in the wrong spot. Yep. That slid in perfect. Now I just need to look at this properly. Fuck. Just driving me up the wall, man. There we go. Okay. My brain's clicking. I think. I hope. Yep. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Whew. God, it is warm in here. Well, like a restoration of the original Gundam show from '79 4K. I want to say it will. Well, not in 4. It hasn't been restored in 4K, but it's on Blu-ray. Which, I mean, I would never say no. I feel like my brain had clicked and then it stopped clicking. Me, Micah, not know how engineering work. How me get rod A into slot B? Okay. Got him. Now... Now... See, we're making progress. I'm not as stupid as I think I am. Probably dumber. Okay. I forgot. Where is that H runner? Or the PC, rather. Here we go. PC3. Let me grab my nippers. By the way, for those of you thinking about getting into Gunpla, this right here, your best friend. God hand nippers. Have a good one, servant. When am I doing the X-Men 97 review? I don't know. I've scripted it twice, and then I recorded the script, and each time I've done it, I've deleted it. I just didn't like the way it was sounding. I think it's because I had some rather mean things to say about Bo DeMaio and him wanting to turn Morph gay. And it wasn't called... It was like the tone and candor was very uncalled for. Where I was letting my emotions get the better of me. But yeah, long story short, I don't want to do a review that after it's done, I think to myself that I've added more cruelty into the world after I'm finished with it. Because the Witch from Mercury review I have planned, it's not really mean-spirited. In fact, I would say it's quite the opposite. The end of it is very complimentary. And the problem with being cruel is that oftentimes all you're really doing is distracting from the point you could be making with an anger and rage that really is wholly unnecessary. It's ultimately in my own life, I would much rather be a positive force than a negative one. If that makes any sense. I hope it does. I'm doing something wrong here. What the hell is going on here? Maybe I put the wrong thing in at the wrong time. Oh, well, that's part of the problem. This right here is upside down. So I did goof a little bit with the inner frame. That's what I get. Let me go back a page here. It's part of the joy of building master grades, but also the pain of building master grades, is the torso construction can take a minute. Okay, let's see if this makes the difference. Not really. Did I put the vents on backwards? Doesn't seem like it. But I've been wrong before. Much as I hate to admit it, this is kind of a common thing with me. Is that I think I've got it figured out, and then I don't have it figured out, like, at all. So I have to pull it apart and start over. I know that I'm not the best conversation right now. I'm just kind of concentrating. When this clips on this, like, what is it? Something right there is getting in the way. Yeah, that's correct. I feel like something's not fitting properly. Hmm. So that is supposed to be like that. Okay, so that's correct. Anybody watches this back on the VOD, this is going to be the part they fast forward. That is for sure. Okay. According to the diagram, this is correct. So why is this not fitting? You know, let's just try to put this on like this. And it did fit. Huh. So what the fuck is causing the problem? Has to be the lower section. Has to be this. You have a big universe Bible for your sleeveless universe, right? It's all up here. Much as I hate to admit it. Actually, that's not true. I have lore documents and stuff like that written down. But it's not all in like one document. It's spread out over a bunch of stuff. But yes, I do spend time putting together the lore of my work. I feel like it's important to have. Got it. Okay. Okay, we're starting to make sense of it. Just a very snug fit. But I think I got it. I'm also seeing why they put certain steps in place. Oh, lordy. This is a pretty complex inner frame, I'm not going to lie, but it's good. I can tell that, as this all snaps together, it's going to be very sturdy. Ah, now I see the problem. It's the vents. They were incorrectly. They were in incorrectly. Goodness. That's all, folks. Man, I cannot brain properly today. Golly. There. Okay. Making progress. Making bacon. Up and down and around and bleh. Okay. So this is supposed to be like this. Okay. But that doesn't fit. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm being boring as hell right now. Ah. I do this to myself, man. That's how that's supposed to be. Really is like putting together a puzzle. You screw it up and you screw it up and you screw it up until you get it right. I think I'm getting it.
we got it. I think we got it. Fingers crossed. Took some disassembly and some reassembly, but I think we got it. Okay. Moment of truth. Looks like they're not clicking into place the way they're supposed to. You know, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it here. It is way too hot. It is way too, yeah, it is way too warm to be doing this right now. And I think I got a bunch of stuff in this that I got to fix up. Little parts and stuff like that I got to pull out and put back together and touch back up because I've touched them too much. So we're going to call this here. But I will show the results of the, of this thing, very soon. I will catch you guys later. Very much appreciate you hanging out, and we'll do more of these in the future. Till then, have yourselves a good one.